Welcome to part 7 of our adventure in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. We are pretty deep into Sukhothai, the third of the major explorable zones in the game after Vatican City and Giza in Egypt. And we'll be doing a bit of backtracking today, I think. After just proceeding through the game zone by zone thus far and not having gone back at all to clean up any collectibles, I think now is going to be a good time to do so. But before we look at the map and say a little bit more about that, I think it's also time for a costume change, which we've been doing every other day or so. And one outfit, other than the default one, for the Great Circle that we haven't shown off yet, is to just give Indy a clean shirt to restore him to his look back in Raiders. And yeah, looks much nicer, freshly laundered. And let's get back into it. Maybe a bit of a graphical glitch there where he puts a hat on top of a hat as we have transitioned into first person. But maybe that happens with the costume change to menu screen. I'm not really sure. I think I'd noticed it once before. Regardless, here's what we're looking at right now. Last time we got through a good amount of the optional content that was in Sukhothai, including cleaning up all of the medicine bottles that are available in this zone. In all three of the major zones in the game so far, again, the Vatican, Giza, and Sukhothai, one of the limiting factors is that we haven't found the most important key or costume that is tied to, in each case, the black shirts, the Nazis, and here the Royal Army. Mussolini's Royal Army. Well, actually, no. It might be... Yeah, no, the Thai Royal Army, perhaps, that is allied with Mussolini's forces, who have brought their local general on board. Anyway, in each case, we're missing the corresponding key and costume, and so we are pretty far from any kind of 100%. But we did finally receive a quest that requires us to backtrack a little bit, which is this one here, the Serpent's Chest, which is actually the first time in the game that we've been asked to go backwards at all. And so we've meant to clean up a little bit anyway to get a couple more skill books to spend our points on, among other things. And so I might not be absolutely exhaustive about doing zones up to 100% today, but we'll at least complete things like the mysteries, which are the major side quests and puzzles that usually lead to some kind of reward. Now, we haven't actually warped back to previous zones at all in this game, and so we also have at some point the Order of Giants DLC that remains for us to do. As far as the main quest goes, though, it's pretty clear where the continuation is going to be. It's in the northwest area of the flooded ancient Siamese capital. Northwest area, rather. And so at some point we'll be proceeding there to see how much there is left. Because it is pretty clear to me from the pacing of the game that this is the last major explorable area, but we don't know how much of a linear sequence there is at its tail end, because there's a lot to resolve in the plot. Anyway, with all that preamble out of the way, let's just go backwards. And I was just going to go back to the Vatican, but since we're going backwards anyway, I think at some point in the Vatican we had actually found a map that would give you the rest of the chapter notes all the way back at Marshall College. I'm kind of wondering, when you go back in space, if it does reflect the progression in time in the story, or if everything just goes fully backwards. This is going to be particularly interesting if we go back to Himalayas or Shanghai, which were the very linear sequences in the middle. So you do have to suspend disbelief a little bit. All unsaved progress will be lost. I think that just means unsaved progress in this zone, because we are past the current autosave. So I think we'll do it. And we'll see what happens. Just sends you back into the college, and actually you kind of dress for the occasion. This is the first time we've revisited anything. Items and abilities carry over when revisiting locations. Your revisit progress is always saved when a save icon appears. Revisit checkpoint marked by a blue suitcase icon on the map. Revisit checkpoint. Let's see what that is. I don't see it on this map. Oh, the suitcase icon. Yeah, that's the one at the bottom of the map here. I'm actually not sure. It's not blue. Maybe that's something that just applies to other zones. I don't know. This is the first time we've backtracked at all at any point. But we do, in fact, have a notes map for the 3 remaining scraps of paper that we didn't pick up. So I think we'll just grab those now that we actually know how to work the map system. One right here. And look at that. This would have come in handy. An identification card showing that Dr. Jones here was formerly a professor of archaeology. He has since been sacked, but of course the timeline going backwards does not yet reflect that. And then, let's see, we need to connect to this staircase here and we'll go up. This was the introductory area of the game, and at that time I really did not know how to work the map and objective system properly at all, but we've since become much more fluent. This was where the chess club was meeting. If only they had seen the bomb cloud that we had discovered in the Nazi encampment. I'm sure, actually, given the care to some of the chess positions, that these are also meaningful. But if they are puzzles, I don't know if it's black to move or white to move, so we can't really examine them too much further unless they are famous positions. So that'll be something worth looking into later. I'm sure somebody who really knows chess has paid attention. Collector's card in mint condition. Oh, look at that. And you can look at the back here. 90 of the leading baseball stars of the American and National Leagues.
Saving this one.
The signature collectible of cigarette packets back in the day. Could come in valuable. The thrilling adventures of Joe the archaeologist, with only a throw net and his trusty slingshot.
Comic books. New fad on campus.
Yeah, I guess this is 1937. It's actually pre-Superman, this setting here. Anyway, we've collected everything at this point, so we are at 100% in Marshall College, but then I need to figure out how to actually save that progress. And I believe we need to go back to the suitcase icon, but I'm not actually sure how to port out of that. So we might as well work this out here before we go to the Vatican to do something a little more elaborate. Because we came in through the doors. But where was that suitcase then? Do we touch something here? Because the thing is, if I try... Well, it does say restart checkpoint a minute ago. So yeah, we've saved progress past collecting a note, I think. So maybe we're safe to head off to somewhere else. We'll try it. If it loses some of my progress, we'll go back and we'll figure this out properly. But given the checkpoint was within a minute, I think it was past the note collection. Okay, so it sends you back here into headquarters. And yeah, so it gives you the suitcase icon, but then how do you do anything with that? I think it's just showing you what this spawn point is when you come back to the zone. Anyway, the Order of Giants here. Yeah, that is the DLC continuation, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because the casino is the location that is kind of its own separate zone that we would have to pursue for it. At the moment, though, of course, the priority will be at some point the Serpent's Chest. We do in fact see a key that is over at the excavation site. And we've got enough local currency that when we can, we'll buy some more maps. So we've got a lot, actually, that we haven't mapped out yet, given that we have the mystery book, but we never actually pursued any of these. So we'll try to clean all of these up, I think. And, right, there was some reason I didn't solve some of these puzzles previously either. Well, let's see about the medicine bottles first if we can. Some of them are in the restricted area, so we can't quite get everything. We'll get everything we can, but again, the Serpent's Chest is the main reason we're back. But let's go for some of the waypoints that are here already in the courtyard. Surrounding area. Yeah, there's a book nearby. We'll go for that. And there's a photo that we can take. So this is another thing that we didn't know to look out for when I was here previously, was that we weren't paying attention to the photo indicator in the top left for much of our adventure through the Vatican initially. So that is something to fix up as well. So we can collect enough points to make use of all the skill books that we'll hopefully be picking up along the way. So here we are in the courtyard. Oh yeah, we'll go for that book over there first. Assuming it's accessible, it might be in a restricted area, maybe. That tent. Yeah, so we'll be careful. We've accidentally picked some fights here without knowing what we were doing. I don't think he's going to like it if I come in. It's restricted, so yeah, we'll just go around and smack him some other way. Also, photo. Oh, also, I guess we're not supposed to be here out of costume. I need to remember to switch back, and we'll go back to that photo op in just a moment. So, look out for the eye indicator. No, we are in the correct costume. That was just a captain. Okay, so that's fine then. We are properly suited up. But we would need to get in here. Oh, and he doesn't like me, so let's go. That's not a door. Hang on. Luckily nobody here really shoots at you. But I did pull absolutely everybody in this area. So let's get out. Hang on. Let's just get out. We ran into a lot of trouble like this in the Vatican previously, and now that I've played a lot more of the game, there's really no excuse. So yeah, stood in front of the captain too long. So I'm back in the Vatican. This was the first major area of the game. I'm backtracking a little bit for some collectibles. There are a lot of recognizable landmarks that are fully explorable. Oh, the door is locked in combat. I guess I have to punch that guy out. Wow, that's a lot to deal with. Okay, that's fine. He threw something at me, which I can't catch. Okay. Whoop. Yeah, this is the first of the 3 major explorable zones in the game. We're currently in a clergyman's costume, which did not stop all of these black shirts from chasing me down. So basically the idea here is that Mussolini's crew are starting to interfere with the Holy See. Wow, everybody's coming in and chasing. I guess we shouldn't have cornered ourselves here. I need to munch on some bread or something. Or bandage up. One of the two.
What's this? The whole army?
It is the whole army. Hang on. Wrong thing here. Did he toss me a weapon? There we go. Oh, I was hoping to get that. We really did pull the whole army. Okay. Maybe we shouldn't have led them all into this door.
Boxing class?
Ti faccio piangere.
Anybody else? Okay, now somebody's shooting at me. Not great.
Li ho finite. Ricarico.
Probably kind of finish here very soon, but...
Ricarico. Uomo a terra.
Okay, hang on. This is not going to last. So yeah, we shouldn't have accidentally pulled the whole courtyard. The silly striped guards... oh, you mean the Vatican guard and the... what is it, the blue and yellow? Yeah, well, again, the idea is that basically Mussolini's been encroaching into their authority and steadily taking over while the Pope is ailing. I did have to look up which Pope. I believe it's actually
He's on to me.
Pius the 11th at this point. Anyway, so yeah, we need to stay away from the captains, but I was trying to get into this tent for a particular book, and so... this time, let's try not to pull absolutely everybody in the courtyard, and also I'll try to find a better escape route. I didn't know the escape route would be partially locked. That's the issue. That you're not allowed to just bring everybody into the library. Now, where was the photo point? It was stage construction. There we go.
The end of the Vatican. What would Pope Gregory the 15th say?
Now, will anybody notice if I just knock this guy out?
Buona giornata.
Hopefully not. Because then we can just grab the book I wanted and get out
I could learn something from this.
before everybody notices, since this is a bit of a dead end. Okay, let's just get out. Nothing's going on over there, nothing to see. Why is this a dead end? Oh no, because you can go here. Okay, at this point, everybody's calling to each other about a man down. Let's see about the next one over here. So yeah, we're just doing a little bit of collectibles cleanup. Not exactly sure we'll go for a full 100%. That reminds me, we'll get that stamina upgrade. And, oh, okay, no, this was behind the Underground Boxing Club. We don't have the costume for this yet.
Ancora qui. Ti ho detto va.
You have to dress like a black shirt. And unfortunately, it does not suffice to just have a shirt that is black. Okay, we'll go for some other books in medicine if we can. Yeah, he'll douche you. Exactly. Who actually does show up in this game. Unfortunately, we couldn't get him to sign the book. Okay, so let's see if we can tidy up some of the medicine here. So I think we're allowed to go here. Great. Well, okay, that's not marked as a steal, so we'll just take it. Oh, no, he didn't like that. Okay. So much for that. Let's grab some bread. Our daily bread. And there should be another one nearby up top. If I can whip anything here, that would be maybe a better way to traverse if I can find how to do it. I don't remember how to get up there. Oh, here it is. Whip. So anyway, the priority will be to get back to the excavation site as well and do that multi-zone quest that is our rationale for backtracking. You don't understand the physics of the whip gripping and ungripping on demand? As in how you can just naturally curl it around any acceptable climbing surface? Okay, this opens from the other side, which doesn't help me here. I thought we just had a collectible here. We picked it up, and then let's see. More treasure maps. Oh yeah, we're right by the Sistine Chapel right now, so we can probably go down towards that and see what we can do. And see how I can actually get down gently, which is always a bit of an issue. Maybe we just jump on this side. Take some fall damage. Okay. Let's see about that remaining book.
Comincio ad avere fame. Sai cosa ci vorrebbe? Uno di quei pacchetti da leccarsi il
Anyway, nobody will mind if I come in through this door.
Beh, avevo promesso a mia madre che le avrei mandato una foto della Cappella Sistina, ma non trovo macchine fotografiche.
Sono la serva del Signore. Avvenga
I actually didn't know that you can photograph this part. In this game.
Michelangelo's magnum opus.
Salve.
May the Lord
But
bless
might
you.
as well admire the work of one of the more famous Ninja Turtles.
A te vengo innanzi a te mi prostro.
And see about the book on the other side. Oh yes, that's right. This is the code puzzle that for some reason I didn't solve. Okay, so I guess we know a lot more about the game now. I should be able to just solve this. I had an adjoining note here that I think was important, and I'm trying to remember what that was. Let's take a look. Looked at the stars and St. Peter with the key and then Paul with a sword. So, St. Peter is over here, and then you can kind of inspect the base of the statue. Oh, right, that's right. We have to decode what these symbols are. And that's what we were missing previously. And I only had 1 out of 3 notes that pertain to this puzzle, which is why we aren't able to decode it yet. Look at the stars and this sword. Or the... What was it? Look at the stars and the saints, rather. Yeah, as you were saying, why is it called the Sixtine Chapel when there's just one of them? Okay,
The Lord be with you, Father.
let's take another photo over here.
Did not want to get on her bad side.
Well, luckily for us, there is only one Christine Chapel. Do I ever do anything with these pictures? Yes, sometimes. They're relevant to some puzzles. I'll see if I can find an example. I don't think I can find an example in this zone, but basically, in some other zones, some of the photographs you take become the clues that fold into other puzzles, essentially. They are used as your memos for other things that you have to put together and solve. But for the most part, they just give you skill points that you can use to build your various skills in the game. But yes, some of the photographs that you take are directly incorporated into the clues that you make use of elsewhere. Mostly, though, you just get to be a tourist. Now, if we can figure out how to find the remaining pages that pertain to this clue, then I'm able to open it. Until then... Oh, okay. This is one thing I didn't know about previously at this stage in the game, which is that you can just open desk drawers like this. And that basically gives you what you need. Containing all the planets except Pluto. 1937? Yeah, I guess Pluto was discovered and initially considered a planet in 1935, right, if I recall? Hence why, from Indiana Jones' perspective, it would be all the planets except Pluto. Okay, so now we can see what we're looking for. And let's once again take a look. And we might as well track this so I can actually get back to this quickly. No dot in the middle, so it may actually be that 4 that has been smudged out. The 4417 should be. We'll find out very quickly. It's not it. It opens automatically if you do that correctly. I was assuming it's 4 because of the one that was smudged out and missing. I said Peter first, right? Do I ever even develop the pictures? No, not really. You're saying by the end of the game, the satchel's going to have 50 rolls of undeveloped film. Exactly. I mean, you know, I guess we have plenty of reasons to stop and drop them off for now and every now and then, which is why for many of those photos, we just never see them again. Unless I've got this in the wrong order because of the way I'm rotating it. I'm going to try 4471. The 4 is a bit of a stab.
Not
There we
bad.
go. That's correct. Yeah, I didn't account for the orientation of this. That the order was opposite of what I was reading. A forged book.
Original.
Interesting.
It's clearly a fake. Amateurs.
Interesting. Cutman 1, which you might remember from Mega Man 1. Ultra regeneration efficiency, yeah, we're taking it.
Fascinating.
Now, why would we even use the other book? Let's take a look at this. I sometimes can't quite track how we... put things in the inventory, but let's take a look here. This was fitness, right? Yeah.
Possa il Signore vegliare su di voi.
Did I put this away, or
Bless you, sister.
I get to do anything with it? I get to pick it up, but I don't think I can actually do much with the forgery. Oh well. Back to some tracking. Treasure map in that location. More books in the excavation site, which we'll be moving towards anyway. And yeah, there was a puzzle there that we hadn't solved. This one I was missing some information about because the solution I attempted was not correct and we didn't know why it wasn't correct. But we have insufficient data, it's pretty clear. Let's just get back out and see what happens. Okay. That's going to be... Well, we need to exit back out onto street level first so I can find the way. This seems like a dead end everywhere, actually. Where's your courtyards? Okay, that's better. And why is there something over there? We'll find out. If I can find a way to actually traverse. I don't remember how to get there. Let's just do the excavation site first. That's where we'll have the quest that I'm actually after. Also one of the medicine bottles. So yeah, the thing that we want to deal with eventually is the serpent's chest. So we might mark that out next once we've figured out the next skill book to discover in the site as well. Given that we're in a restricted area, at this point we can just switch to Indy's outfit. And maybe munch on some bread just to be safe. Health is fully upgraded at this point, so... Anyway. Here we are in the Apostolic Palace. Let's see about that adjoining room after we take some more photos. Vatican seal. Oh, there we are.
keys to heaven up in the sky.
Cos'è stato?
Oops. I want to set everything on fire here.
Masterful craftsmanship.
Right, this was the puzzle that we didn't solve before. Where we need to figure out all these various stops. Now, the clue for this was this one here, the Basilica puzzle. Clean the inside, outside and the inside. Doesn't seem to really tell me anything. There are no other notes to look at here necessarily. Let's see what this actually does. So I can hear a few things clicking, but I think we have to look at maybe the... Oh, here's a compartment that opens when this is all the way to the left. So you move it like this, that shuts, but is anything else open? No. This opens. Then
This must fit somewhere.
I guess we just put it on the other side and then can't be that difficult. Maybe we toggle it back into the middle afterwards. Oh, there's something. Golden chalice. There we go. We chose wisely.
That's it. What's this?
Gives you a relics map. We've only seen one place in the entire game to use the relics, and I didn't actually complete that particular puzzle. These locations all look pretty accessible though, so we'll look at some of that when we get into the excavation site. There is an exit out here too, of course, but that just goes back. To the courtyard. Here as well. So yeah, let's actually go out the door to the excavation.
Che sarà stato quel rumore?
Okay, adventure book over here. Then we can just take it. We should learn how to use grab button at some point.
This?
Confiscation manifest.
Why are the black shirts interested in all this?
I mean, now we know. Later in the story. Okay. Someone's going to notice me soon, so let's see what I'm supposed to photograph. Let's deal with whoever's here first.
C'è qualcosa che non torna.
Oh, you know what?
Soldato a terra!
Okay, we pulled somebody else. Oh, whoops.
Non hai...
Didn't see him coming. Okay. What was I trying to photograph here? Here. Stolen artifacts. Yeah, this collection here, I see. Oops. Got a frame for some reason. There we go. Oh, and there's a guy just sitting there. Let's grab something to club him with. Thought I had a tool somewhere off one of these guys. But if not, we'll just have to take him out manually. Let's see if we can get something. Something a little more useful. There we are. Oh, the other one's going to notice me. Let's let him get out of sight first.
Too easy.
We'll see about the other one in a moment. Just
Qui
flank
ce
him.
n'è una a terra! Dobbiamo reagire! Fate qualcosa!
Make a pretty pile. And let's see about this skill book that we missed over here. Open season. I like that. We'll take it.
I could learn something from this one.
I am banking up some points in case we need them for something else here and there. Oh, I do think we want that one that's pushing the heavyweights does. Oh, he's gonna notice. Alright, that's fine.
No!
Okay, so clean up the skill books here, but do we have medicines? Not in the immediate area, but we'll have the artifacts close by. If there's one down below. And we'll also search for the serpents one. Whatever that was. The multi-zone puzzle item. That's way down below. Probably in that quest area that was all the way down. Well, in that case, let's do the other one first. If we can. That is also way down below. Yeah, I guess we have to retrace our way down to the deepest depths here. Oops. Did I get myself stuck? No, not quite. Oh, yes, that's right. There was the door that was locked on the other side that we never figured out. So, anyway, either way, we'll need to deal with the lower levels. Looks like those are fairly close together. Whatever they are, so. Let's find out after taking entirely too much fall damage. Well, we can see it on the map. That's a long ways around, actually. If I understand this correctly. A very long ways around. So I'm no longer on this map. Okay, so we do need to follow this course and then probably bust open some walls or go to the other side entirely. That's actually a long ways off. And then the Riddles of the Ancients one may not actually be on this map at all. No. Okay, we see a few locations. This could be a very long and circuitous path. Unless we cross the central area and then... Yeah, a lot of artifacts here that we didn't see, in fact. You know what? Let's just continue progressing and... We cross this room to the other side. This is what the area where I think was fumbling around, jumping on every possible platform for a bit to see what doors we could unlock. But one thing we have now is the lighter, which is something that I did not have here before, I believe. This is in a completely different area, so never mind that. It's going to be a little tricky to navigate all this. It might have been unwise to come in through this entrance, actually. We should backtrack through the other way, because this was the way you actually exit the climactic fight in the first act. As you get out down here. Oh, can I climb? There we go. So I should look for another way in, so we don't do the massive backtrack from this point. Okay, and then that's a jump. I think there was an entry point to the excavation anyway. I might be wrong. I believe this was not the initial way that we went in. If I can find the other way down, that would be ideal.
Cos'è stato?
I don't know, the excavation does really only have one big pit here, but there was some way to go to the other end of it. I just don't recall where it was, because that was the exit, not the entrance.
Quel rumore. Meglio dare un'occhiata.
Unless I just looped around and didn't realize it. I don't know if there is a better way down. Let's check around a bit. No, maybe we do have to go the long way. It's a complicated map. I really have no memory of how it was we got down there the first time, given that this is how we came out.
Vedo qualcosa.
But anyway, everything we're looking for is down there, so I think we'll just have to backtrack it. After all. Whoa. Big fall. Okay, let's just take it the long way. And take too much fall damage. Manage up a little bit here just in case. Alright, so how was it we did this? Let's go back to that other room we looked at earlier. This was many days and many hours ago that we were here. Which is why I have such a poor memory for what we did. I guess, yeah, that room we checked was a dead end, seemingly. No, actually, we checked this side. Let me take a look at the map. Okay, this is more like it. This is more like it. Now we actually have a path. We'll have to figure it out. One thing that we have now that we didn't previously was also
It's weighing it down.
the... Well, what do we open?
It's weighing it down.
Oh, this gate, okay. Yeah, we have to rebreather now as well, so if there's a water segment that we can dive down, that's something that's going to be new material.
Chissà cosa c'è là sotto. Alto là! Non mi scappi!
Okay. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with. So we're in the central hub over here now. And we can navigate our way to the appropriate passages. And we might be able to get what we're looking for. It looks like if we exit out this way... we can follow that course. Yeah, so, okay, let's prioritize the Serpent's Chest objective first. There was a note about it, in fact. Possibly a necropolis underneath the Vatican, that's where we are. Across the bridge, take a right. Down below. So yeah, possibly I have to swim for it. I suspect that's what it is, because you pick up that quest. When you're well on the way to having diving access. Which I think is what we'll need here. But let's surface first before I do anything too rash, so we can actually look at where we're going. I need to check the map. Yeah, right on that end over there. I think this is absolutely going to be dive. We kind of assumed that the breathing device would be the relevant lock here. But maybe not. Maybe it's something on the other side. Oh, no. Here we are. Let's go up and up and up. Do it again. I didn't get very far. Let's check the map again. On the other side there. See how else we can make it towards that. But it makes a great deal of sense for this to be locked behind the breathing device. It's pretty far down in that passage. Past the corner. Can't see a thing. I'm looking for something that would be locked behind diving underneath obstacles and then crossing over. That's it. Okay, let's breathe. And then take it. This is absolutely it. Oh, breath is running out here. Get up quickly. Absolutely it. Ancient Vatican key. There's one. And let's see if there's anything else to look at here. Okay, solved it. I guess we'll tidy up artifacts on our way out. Central section over there. Maybe that's another dive. We'll find out. If we can figure out how to go here. Yeah. When we go back to Siam to plug in those 3 keys, we'll probably have to fight our way all the way back through that command post, which did take quite some time to peel all the guards off yesterday. But we can do it. Of course, if we can figure out how to get back to the upper level here, that would be a start. Maybe backtrack and yeah, we go. Oops. Yeah, sometimes what you actually pull out of your inventory lags, whoops, quite a ways behind the item selection UI. That's something that I still haven't completely adjusted to, even after so much time in the game. Okay, this is why we fell. It's on the other side anyway, so let's swing it. Oops. Artifact over here, so we need to figure out how to raise this, probably with a weight on this plate. There we go, this one.
Another one of these artifacts. How did you end up in the Vatican?
One more on this part of the map, it seems. And then 2 more on this other layer. I'm actually not even sure how that part connects. But that's okay, let's deal with the first one that we know about. Drop down below and then to the east. Actually, it's going to be at this elevation. But get over there, I think we do need to go through that hole. Yep. Not quite where I was hoping to land, but that's okay. There's another pedestal we need. Locked on both sides. Only had a torch I could toss in there. Or some other way of getting around. Can I actually crawl through? No, I can just look through. At least it seems so. Speaking of which. What if I toss this through so I light up that room? I can actually see what I'm dealing with. Seems to be the implication here. Oh, okay. But you see an artifact right there. I just can't see what to interact with. Can I throw this through? Not really. Might be through the gate on the other side. The fact that there is a gate on the other side is actually some of the critical information here. So, this looks almost fragile, this bit here. But I'm not quite sure. We would need a tool anyway to bust through some walls. If that is the solution. So yeah, you can see the crack through here. But you can also go around. And to the left here. At this point we should be able to meet where the other gate is, perhaps. And oh yeah, there's a loading crack here. And the water will put out the fire. Appropriately so. Okay, well that solves it. We just need to open things up here at this point. Let's light this up again. And yeah, here's the torch that we threw through here earlier. And then we can light this on fire. At this point, we'll cut our way through and can pick this up. Great, solved.
This.
And then we can start unlocking. Both sides? No, just one side. Okay, next. Oh yeah, so this is in a completely different area of the map. It's in the place by the fountain, that whole southwest area. Okay, so it's not going to be here, so let's just climb back out. We do in fact have a Lost Artifacts map at this point, which is also something we hadn't considered. But I think we've pretty much taken all that we can from this area. There is quite a lot of side content that we haven't done when you consider it. But anyway, let's climb back out to the excavation site. Reachable? Should be. How do I get back to the main area? Can't remember where we even came in. And yeah, we'll try to figure this out. So, where did I even come in this side of the map? It was out through the top side. That's right. Okay. Yeah, the last time we were in this area, I was still getting used to the map interface and wasn't really using it very actively when it came to pinpointing objectives or anything else, but I've come to like it quite a bit with a little more familiarity in practice. Almost missed that ladder. Okay, at this point, there's a bottle up in the palace. We can go for that. Take out another guard or so.
Molto strano.
Oh, who's shooting me? Oh, he's kicking. Okay. I guess I slid right in front of him or something. Totally wasn't watching.
Strano. Molto strano.
Do I have something else I can use here?
Mi piace questo. Non era niente. Meglio dare una controllata. Oh, cavolo!
Arrest, would you?
Yeah, whatever. We'll leave those for now. Deal with them later. There's some bottles upstairs. Can I go upstairs from out here? I guess we'll have to find out. Okay, it's right in front of me. Okay, serves you right.
Qui c'è una terra! Forza!
Yeah, I would think I can probably go up one level from here. Maybe up to that
Subiamo bene!
scaffolding. There's somewhere to swing, actually, if we just climb on top of the scaffolding on the our side.
Ecco dov'eri!
Okay, so this goes back in. But we want to go up. we just go up this way. And that'll actually overshoot a little bit. Oh, because I'm pointing at a different objective than it was before now, I think. Only ever points to nearest node when it comes to objectives like the books or the medicine bottles. Oh, this guy's... I see something suspicious. You know what? Let's just whip him and take him head on.
That's close enough.
Yeah, because that's the one I was going for initially. Let's see if we can get up on any of the scaffolding up here, because the idea is that we have to whip across that point. Which means we need to get on top of something here. There is an open window up there. But this is a dead end. Okay. This requires... Okay, that's fine. We have the clerical suit. We can just switch back.
Salve, caro padre.
And nobody will notice a thing.
Grace to you, sister.
A te sospiriamo, gementi che un giorno Orsù dunque, avvocata nostra, rivolgi a noi gli occhi tuoi misericordiosi.
This overlooks the wrong way. Well, oh, except we can take a picture here too. And yeah, this totally does take you back in time too. When the
Salve,
airship
padre.
was still here.
Lord be with you, sister.
Questa valle di lacrime. Orsù dunque, avvocata nostra, rivolgi a noi gli occhi tuoi misericordiosi.
So you'll just have to imagine that we did all this in the first place. Never unlocked this door. Okay, so that's new.
Non mi piace quel suono.
Oh, you know what? Let's just go around for a moment. We're in a restricted area anyway. Let's switch back. So we have the pistol and that extra little bit of regenerating orange health.
Cosa? Avete sentito? No! Ha beccato uno dei nostri!
Where's the tool he dropped? There it is. Oh, totally missed. That's okay. Okay, so this we knew, and we need to get out here. Which then allows me to take a better shot of the excavation. Let me make sure we're not missing out on too much else here. Will be a lost artifact that's a little deeper in the palace that we should look for, but we'll deal with that after the medicine, I should think. Which is a little bit further out than I am right now. Can it reach? No. Don't know if I should jump for it. Or if we can... A safer place to approach, like up. No. Maybe we do need to jump for that. There we go. I'm amazed it worked. Discovering quite a lot of new material here that we hadn't seen before. Redesign your bookcase as instructed. And it's going to be a code.
Must be more to this.
For medieval Latin books, we'll need to determine which ones. And then we'll see what's on the shelf. Hang on, but we can't see what's what. At the moment, we would need to look for the symbols and match them to the titles. Yeah, because it's just these 4 books. For some reason, we already know they're the favorites. And we need to tug on them in the correct sequence. Which means we'll probably need more notes.
I already feel sorry for you.
Let's take a look at the clues once again to see if I already had any other corresponding papers. We don't. Ah, okay, you can just look at the back. And yeah, you just match it to the symbols, in fact. Crown, triangle, star, wheel. No, wait, alphabetically. Let's take a look at this again. I actually can't make out the third one. Oh, no, QDV. Okay, never mind. Quadrivium. Sure, that means quadrivium. And then we just swap the last 2, so P before Q. Round triangle, wheel, star.
I surprise myself sometimes.
Just cash? It's just cash, but that's okay. Oh, and it's a note.
What do we have here?
And yeah, it's a note from Mussolini. Don't know how well it matches Mussolini's actual penmanship. But perhaps it was dictated.
Best to keep this.
Okay. Now, let's see what else we have here. 3 more mysteries to uncover somewhere else. We might have one of the lost artifacts nearby, if I'm not mistaken. It's downstairs, though, so let's just continue exploring this area. We haven't seen many of these rooms yet. Yeah, that'll be down 1 level. As well see what else is going on here. This is an exit, but we've actually been to some of these areas before. But probably didn't get up here last time. Rather than going out that way, though, we'll continue this way first. See what belongs in a museum. Nope, can't go through here, but that's okay. We'll go down one level. Seems well out of the way, actually, of where I am right now. I'm totally off course. Do I even need anything in sewers? Maybe not. Well, we might be pretty close to medicine. That's also going to be down below, though, so maybe we do need to go down. Not sure about that, because we've been diverted somewhat. Yeah, not quite clear to me. It might be something accessible from up here instead. Let's hit back up for a moment. Well, we can try to go for this other one that we've scoped out somehow. Yeah, that's going to be off the excavation site area entirely. It's off the side of it. So I think we do actually want to go back up to the top level for some of what had been opened up there.
Okay, Dad.
We have a safe place to get down. Well, that's all the way down, but that's actually in a very easy location if we take the zipline down and go through the fence. Yeah, because that was one of the photograph locations. We just didn't inspect it carefully. And then anybody left down there to take? We'll find out. The area remains cleared. Let's try to go back and cling. Well, this is simple enough. We just know to check for these cases now. The one at the top left we know is restricted by a costume. There's an artifact in a Sistine Chapel as well. Actually, I didn't really even look at that. I guess we'll continue with mysteries if we can, if there's one nearby. Yeah, there is one that's back in the chapel. We'll see what we can of these, I guess. Okay, now let's just continue that way. I actually want to go back into the clerical suit.
This'll do.
So why is this a mystery? Ah, because there's a note here. Alright. Foreman's office by the dig site. 1891 is probably just a code. Certainly not a year.
A note from Miss Lombardi.
Salve, padre.
Bless you, Father.
Well, that's just back at the dig site. That's easy enough. If I can get back there anyway. Wasn't this way. But yeah, we can just cross over the excavation from
Avete visto il mio orologio da tasca?
this side.
D'argento?
No, avete chiesto a Ernesto all'ufficio postale. Si occupa
Yeah,
di
sometimes the
tutti i
NPC chat is something we want to cash in on
Lui non
at a
ci
later
va, ma
point.
onestamente mi fido poco. So che quella drucolo vende cose che non gli appartengono.
Impossibile, i preti non lo permettono.
Let's see what the camera.
Collabori con una talpa, uno dei preti lo protegge. È una cospirazione.
Hell of a view.
Mica castronerie. Avete mangiato oggi? Fate sempre così quando avete fame.
No, non ho mangiato. Mi dimentico del pranzo se non ho il mio orologio da tasca.
So excavation's actually on the opposite side. How do I get there from here? Oh, actually, no, we're way off. Way off what I was looking for. That's right, we can probably make it back over if I find a good route for it. Let's just go back down. Whoa. Almost took a spill. No, this was where we doubled back earlier. Had to find our way back somehow. Right, and then we'll get back to the excavation. Our corner, oh, right, it's a safe in a tent. Or hut, or whatever has been used as a command post, and then we'll punch in the code. A tool I can use, let's just look around. If not, that's okay, we'll just tackle him head on. To the back here. I don't know that I've ever really checked this corner, actually. Let's see if I can... peel off a few of these guys first. Much better. Let's take out everybody we can one at a time.
Nighty night.
Oh cielo! C'è uno a terra qui!
Nobody's chasing me yet. We better grab that bandage, though. Lots of tools here to use if necessary. Make sure nobody's coming in here first.
You can't outsmart me.
And yeah, I mean, at this point, we
You're going to Peru, Dr. Lombardi.
know the answer to that. Turn the information to Gina. We can do that. I don't know if there was anything else we were on the lookout for over here.
Ora sei mio!
Oh, okay, fine.
Alleato a terra!
Move it along!
Always dodged the first charge punch there. That's okay. We got him. And we'll cross back over to the exit. And there's another poster to burn here too. We didn't have the lighter or know about this interaction last time we were here, so that's also resolved.
Greetings, Father.
And at this point, we'll leave a message. mystery in a far location. Yeah, we'll wrap around there since we're looking for a medicine bottle close to that location anyhow, I think. However, if we can solve this mystery as well, because we previously didn't have sufficient information for it, that's also potentially useful. Also, we can figure out what's going on with the lost artifact marker here. Whoa, really? Yeah, that's something that we haven't even come close to resolving.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, che il Signore è con te. Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori.
Well, let's go over that other book first, since we're fairly close by. There's another more convenient way to
Bless
get
you,
out.
sister.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. We can give them a photo. Since they've been asking for one. Can I? There we go.
Father.
Okay, well, that didn't seem to do much. But that's okay. Turned it in, and my favorite opens from the other side. Interesting. That's close by. How come we never unlocked that? You would think that would have been easily reachable. Yeah, I guess that's from the rest of the southern interior. Skill book elsewhere. You think the fascists will care if I burn the poster? Oh yeah, they'll care. Yeah, they care very much. Okay. Well, now we know. Okay, back to the sanctuary. Oh, no, you can't go back to the sanctuary in combat. Alright. Okay. Alright, next time, take them out, then burn their posters.
You're one fierce dog.
How do I have to follow you to the doors of the Sistine Chapel? That's what happens. You have to fight the whole army. Hey, I was trying to whip him. They give me a chance to. Oh, hang on. Haven't had a chance to refresh here just yet. Nope, I was trying to whip this one and couldn't get the whip crack off. I'm in big trouble now. Well, let's just burn that poster. Come on. But the important thing is we did it. Yeah, and let's get stamina back up. The bystanders cowering. That's okay. Everything's fine now. Poster has been scorched.
Comincio ad avere fame.
Life isn't back to normal yet.
Non darmi false speranze.
Anyway, they're asking for something. We'll figure that out later. Books down below. How do we get there? Need some way to descend. Probably here. Oh, okay. No, that's the one that's locked behind the boxing. Should have remembered that, actually. So yeah, these two on the left side are locked off. Then let's go for this mystery here. And try to resolve it. Let's not burn posters in plain sight just yet. And of course, we can go for some bandages at the medical station. That's a good idea as well. How much cash do I even have for more books? We might even be able to get another guidebook off of this. Anybody watching? Oh. Oh. Those ones don't burn, apparently. So, is there a bandage dispenser here like there was at the other locations? I guess possibly not, actually.
Wouldn't want to get on her bad side.
Donation box. We never figured out what was going on with the donation boxes. So, yeah, no bandage refills, I guess. Unlike the other places, however, we can photograph something else.
More of a dog guy.
Hence the name. Okay, so if that's the case, then we'll just have to make it back with low health. And do the climbing route up to the courtyard.
Guess this guy's
Before
won't
we
fool
get
that
spotted. Okay, at this point, it's going to be on that side anyway. If we can get in through here, we'll take that photograph first.
The black shirts look tiny from here.
And we'll have to loop back in. From another door or window, as the case may be. That works. back in here, but then we need to navigate away over to this area to proceed to the intended objective. Now if we can get across. Oh. Seemed like the idea was to get out of that little crack there, though, so. Oh, I see. Yeah, there was a whip location that I just failed to spot. This was a puzzle area we'd seen previously. I just didn't solve it the last time we were here. It's this safe, and we don't have sufficient clues, as far as I can tell. Because we're missing a number of additional notes. And I don't know how many of them are actually obtainable here, because I thought I had checked this location. Might be in neighboring rooms or something. Because what I found previously was just that going down in order with the 8 circled letters was insufficient to give us the code just based on this grid. That there's some reordering that happens, I think. And that scrambles this further. Given that we only have 2 out of 6 documents that are required for this, we might be missing something. I cannot turn this card around, unfortunately, but what about here? No. Yeah, because we were trying to do just the 8 circles in order previously. IRIATASA. Which I think was 5879, and it did not work when I tried that. In fact, we'd already entered this code last time, so there's some additional wrinkle or twist to it. That I don't have the means to decipher just yet. Well, I mean, we could just try backwards. I don't think it's going to be that simple. I think we are actually missing information, but... Just going to hazard a guess. It's not it. Let's get it back to what it was before. So yeah, there's some kind of reordering that happens then. We need to look for more documents. I thought I'd scanned the place pretty thoroughly. And we may be missing something else just in the vicinity. That is very curious.
Someone's been doing some bird watching.
That is also interesting. Now we may have some contextual clues here. Well, nothing to identify as a photo op, so. I do wonder what we're missing. I'm just looking around for anything that even looks like a slip of paper. We may actually need the notes map in order to approach this, so I can actually pick up sufficient notes. Yeah, let's try all possible combinations. Why not? Why not? That'll be very satisfying. But yeah, it totally looks like the clues, right? That you just take each of the pairs and you plug them in here. It's not it. But then you can see we're at 2 out of 6 notes. We're missing some critical twist that's in another document. And it might not be doable without that document, whatever it is. On the other hand, I wonder... Let's say you match the letter positions. No, that doesn't work. Too many collisions and duplicates. No, that will not work. So I really wonder about this one because it doesn't look like we have any other information pertaining to it. I think we'll probably see if we can buy the notes map. And then come back to this idea. I may not do too much else in this zone today because we of course want to pursue the other collectibles in the multi-zone quest that was our reason for coming back here. How far am I allowed to go down, incidentally? Pretty far. Tells me I had not established this shortcut previously. That's interesting. Although I had looted something here. In that case... Oh, that was way too much damage.
Comincio ad avere fame. Sai cosa ci vorrebbe?
Yeah, let's buy a map. That
Non darmi false
seems to be the
speranze.
most sensible thing to do. And maybe try to hit the other unidentified mystery. 'Cause we're heading that way anyhow. And, well, never mind the objective right now. I just want to back out. Which means we'll actually go back this way. Yeah, who's serving up all this fruit anyway? Why can't we have more? And critically more bread. Yeah, note to self, don't burn the poster in front of everybody. Now we know what happens. It would just go straight across. Was there some reason this was locked? It's not locked. At some point, we might have to find a more legitimate entrance rather in here. But no, this isn't the way. Here it is.
Bless you, Father.
One of the world's most efficient post offices. They don't seem to have bandages coming off the walls either, so let's see about the guidebook. Vatican Notes. That's actually the last one. And I can, in fact,
You got a deal?
unlock it, so.
We have a deal.
Now we can see that there were not any additional notes over in the Borgia Tower that would pertain to what we needed, it seemed. But we might as well grab what we can in the area. Well, recipes, we haven't really done anything with the collectible recipes yet.
Antonio was right. That sounds good.
Missing a letter, that's interesting. Oh, okay, yeah, somebody was asking for this, right? I don't remember who. This one. There we go. Apply the pigeonhole principle to the pigeonholes. Okay, and we were looking for the puzzle interaction, or was it? Or rather, the remaining mystery. It's close by.
Padre,
The Lord be with you, Father.
Something on a bulletin board.
Devo capire chi è quel prezzo
Oh,
si
wait.
comporta.
Oh, he doesn't like me. Let's get out of here first.
Ora ti faccio fuori. Ma tu stai in fretta.
Will nobody rid them of this meddlesome priest?
Padre Celeste, aiuti Dio.
Oop. I think we're gonna pull everybody again. Let's get into safety somehow before the dog takes a chomp on me. Oh, now it says we're in combat, so never mind. Yeah, I couldn't get to that quest point because the captain detective in costume was sitting right in front. We'll just hide out here until it blows over. Given that I have no health to work with. Yeah, definitely a recipe worth looking at further outside of the purely in-game context. Once you've loaded up on shrooms. Locked in combat, but they're moving on, so we'll let the alert ring subside. I actually only just realized after all this time that the red alert circle is a ring that steadily depletes as you pull away from combat for long enough. Still learning new things about absolute basics of the UI after all this time.
Giornata deliziosa, vero, padre?
Yeah,
May the
lovely
Lord
day.
bless you, sister.
Never mind why we're tucked in here. Well, dogs are barking outside. Here we go. Okay, back to the bulletin board if we can. And then the captain back there, we need to not get spotted. We'll just run past. It's unfortunate timing that time, I think. Missing cat. Senor Smushki. Scaling the tower. I think we've seen that, actually.
Missing. Poor cat.
Well, the tower's right here. We can deal with that. We need to snap the photograph of the cat. Okay. Let's deal with that in just a moment. We'll take a look at this first. Yeah, the last adventure book we saw was locked off behind the boxing club, and then one more is just a last purchasable one behind all the medicine, so that's all accounted for. Medicine bottles, one was under lock and key, the other one should be close by right here. If we don't get into too much trouble for absconding with it. Oh, no, you should not find out who that priest is. Get out of here.
He's gonna see through my disguise.
Okay, there we go. Have we even been through here? Yeah, I think so. Alternate route to the tower. So, let's see about that cat.
This has seen better days. No fooling this guy.
Cat relaxing under a tree. Oh, we've seen that cat. We've taken that photo, so we can just return that directly then, maybe, because I've seen that already. Maybe. Black satin-haired wonder of nature. Unless we're supposed to take pictures of more cats. I thought it was something on that note about it climbing the tower, though. Dr. Cliché, you're saying unripe persimmons contain a soluble tannin gibule, which upon contact with a weak acid polymerizes in the stomach and forms a gluey coagulum, a food ball, or phytobezoar that can affix with other stomach matter. Huh. Ah, you're talking about the very crunchy persimmon that we had earlier. I have to look one thing up. One moment. Mid probability 7. I had to check that. I have to do my due diligence there sometimes. Okay. Now, something about more cats. I guess either we return the existing photo of a cat, or we... Well, it did say something about scaling the tower, though, so why would the objective circle be all the way over there? I guess we'll go back there and find out. Because we got one cat photo. Maybe we're supposed to collect a whole bunch of cat photos and see which one is correct. But let's keep going, perhaps. Or just come straight out.
Gotta stay clear of that, Captain.
Yeah, because alternatively, we have the
God bless you, sir.
base of the tower down here. I think I saw the photo indicator. Let me just check this. Maybe not.
St. Michael fighting the dragon. The demon guarding the way.
Oh, whoops. Took a bit of a spill here. Let's see about scaling the rest of this if we can. Doing a bit of the old first-person platforming and wow, failing miserably to fall damage. Whoops. Where's the most recent autosave? Let's find out. Oh, just here. Okay, great. But we're still only at that sliver of health, so we need to do this accurately, or things will not go well. Anything to cling on to here? No, I guess we just have to run it. And nope. Well, and okay, that wasn't fatal at least. Hang on. It's got to be doable. I mean, they wouldn't set up like this if you weren't meant to do it and presumably follow a cat all the way up. Just a little awkward, as first-person platforming usually tends to be. They figured this out in the first Metroid Prime ages ago. The way to make first-person platforming work is to have a very subtle camera pan down as you're in the air. Very few other games have heeded these lessons. There we go. Well, this is not a cat,
See here.
but it is a lost
There's
artifact of
nothing
girl.
in the Vatican.
Got one of those at least. Anything down below? What is this? Oh, torch. Okay, we can just light it. I don't remember if we did very much down here. Oh. Okay, so where was this? This was down in this area. And you know what? This is actually where the remaining artifacts here are located, isn't it? No, it's not. That's a totally different map. Totally different map. But there is a tunnel system with another exit. Okay. Let's stay on the cat quest. You're not sure you've ever seen a first-person 3D game that does platforming well. Yeah, I've never played Mirror's Edge. I know that's been talked about sometimes as a model of first-person parkour. So the Metroid Prime games are not unreasonable about this, but they also don't push the platforming too accurately because they know their limits. So you don't need to be terribly advanced about that unless you're committing to some speed trickery. This is new. And oh, goes even further. To what end? To this end. I don't remember if I've seen this part. No recollection. Given that we burnt some new passageways that I hadn't seen previously. Oh, yeah, this area. Okay. Oh, this is just another connection point to the excavation site. Yeah, we actually just did the long loop to the excavation site. Right, so we had been through all this. Okay, that doesn't deal with the cat then, and it's a bit of a long ways back, in fact. Let's zip across. And we've been through here many times. Why was it denoting this as an exit? Not sure. Okay, I guess we'll just go out the way that we know. Yeah, I've heard that Doom Eternal actually is quite acrobatic. That people have managed to become very accurate with it. But I have not played it myself. I played the first of the modern Dooms. So anyway, all the way back, here we go. We've been here many times today already. Managed to cross much of the map. So, oh, alright, fine, everybody spotted me. Now we better get out of here, because I can't really take a hit at the moment.
Di me! Non hai speranze! E sarebbe una lotta! Covato!
You know what?
L'hai voluto tu!
I have actually not been through here as a connecting passageway to one of the earliest zones in the game. One of the more notable tourist landmarks in Rome. Well, actually, I mean, Rome has so many. And I don't think there's anything else to do here. This was just the intro segment anyway, so there was no real reason to come back. I think at this point it might even make sense to just warp back if we can, or, well, actually, yeah, no, we'll just get back here. And the bandages will be helpful immediately. Okay. Oh, that's not it. That's it. There we go. Astonishingly empty in front of St. Peter's. But at this point, we can pass through the excavation again, and what else do we have in the area? Not too much else. Oh, there actually is another ancient artifact marked here for some reason. Let's go back to that. What would there be? Down below. Oh yeah, we've been here and we couldn't see how to connect there. Because it is through a series. Yeah, we went to this exact location earlier today and chose not to continue. Whoop. Well, it's water, we can dive. And see about that artifact down there. That's way off what we currently see on the map, though. We need to find some kind of secret passage. Was that poster made out of flash paper, the one that we burned? It is now. So yeah, there'll be some kind of passage that will head over to the artifact. Maybe it requires some swimming, we don't know. However, there is a photo opportunity. Of what? We got.
I don't need a photograph to remember that smell.
This pops back up to the tower, though. Okay, so however it was we get to the artifact here. We'll need to explore a little further down here. Might be another wall to break, perhaps. Actually, it's totally breaking this wall behind him, I bet, but I don't have a sledgehammer or anything. Let's see. Yeah, this totally looks like a breakable wall. Do I have anything I can use that will be sturdy enough? Because I think you do need a material of a certain hardness to do it. This totally looks breakable. It's just that we need a better tool for it. I strongly suspect, yeah, the artifact's right there. It's got to be that. But without something like a sledgehammer we can carry here, I don't think we're getting through. So we do need to look around for a tool. Unfortunately, just being able to visualize objects... Oh, I see one. Is typically the most difficult thing about this game. In any circumstance. Let's toss it up there first. And then follow it. There we go. Now, what about that artifact right there?
This does not belong in the Vatican.
Okay, managed to resolve quite a few things while in search of a cat. Yeah, so I don't think we'll do a complete backtrack all the way to 100%, but it would be nice if I could figure out that one code that we couldn't get. With the Polybius cipher. but failing that, let's see about the cat quest. Which will first require that I get out of here. There is a photo opportunity here. Let's make sure we're not spotted by captains or anything yet.
Worth taking a picture?
Salve.
Blessed day, sir.
So, do we photograph more cats or do we return the existing photograph of the cat? We need to find out. The cat picture quest. This is not a cat. However,
Taking care of all God's creation.
still photographable.
Dio vi benedica, padre.
God bless you.
I don't know, if we're hunting a whole zone for cat pictures, that seems almost exceedingly fussy. However, you do have markings on the map now of different camera locations, so we could at least use that to assist. Since I did manage to get notes map. And I hear a cat. There we go. Brown cat, that's not going to be one.
Oh, wrong cat.
Wrong cat indeed. We're looking for a pure black cat, I think. But yeah, we'll follow the photo indicators, and that might be the best way to do this, which means we should actually go for the notes tracker. Or not, let me see. Oh, actually, no, the cat indicator is completely different from the photo ops here, so never mind that. We'll just look for the other cat points instead. I guess we'd have to take a picture of the exterior of the tower. That's where the solution will ultimately be. Black cat, there we go.
Senor Smushki. What are you doing up here, kitty?
Pin to photograph to the flyer. Yeah, we can do that. Once I get down safely. Okay, that's one way. That is not another way. So we can take more photos of cats, but I think we'll just go for the flyer. Directly. So there is a captain roving around somewhere here. We'll just have to Aware of detection.
The Venerable Senior Shmusky.
There we go. So at this point, the main thing is that cipher box. And I guess we'll find some out of note papers and see if they turn out to be relevant. Don't know if they will. I need to clear some photo locations just to get the indicators out of the way. Wouldn't really make sense for so many notes pertaining to that quest to be so scattered, though. Maybe. No throw coins in there. Can we pick them up? Probably not. Note up there. Oh yeah, that's actually in the connecting passage back to the introductory area. It's probably not relevant to what we want, but that's okay. We'll see what we can do. More recipes. Saltimbocca alla Romana. Yeah, I guess these are mostly usable out of game.
God's grace to you, sister.
So I kind of suspect with the placement of that photo clue with the Borgia Tower that... yeah, actually no, the father and son... So there are additional notes that you can track. And so we should actually go back there now that we have the notes tracker, because that will probably give me the missing piece of the clue, unless of course the note that is denoted there is itself inside the treasure, which would not help. Which is a distinct possibility. And that's the last mystery that we want to solve in the zone. So even though I'm not going for 100% in the game necessarily, but with all the other things we still have to do for that, we'll at least try to resolve the mysteries, since they tend to be more unique, bespoke quest content. And of course there's all the DLC area left to do as well, so...
You know, I've done this a lot.
Yeah, we have, even to the same guy. Okay. Remember, it was a bit of a circuitous path back up, but we just need to whip our way across that one segment, if I recall. So we'll take one more look at this part if I can't quite solve it yet from lack of information, then we may have to put off. Let's hope the note that's being tracked isn't just the one in the box. It totally is. It totally is. That doesn't help. Maybe I need to read the note more carefully. Because we didn't even consider the text of the poem. It doesn't make sense though. It looks so much like my initial reading of this would have been the correct one, but yeah, because it's got IR as 5. And IA is 8. TA is 7, SA is 9. So where did I go wrong with this? Is there additional paper here we need to inspect? I've been back a few times now, and this has not given me additional insight. Particularly not to why we're missing that many notes. There's a lot of photograph locations, but not that many notes left. Collect evidence. There's full information regarding the cat mummy. Maybe the text matters? I can't rotate this page, so there's nothing on the back. Oh, you know what? I'm wondering if there needs to be a reordering that happens. Maybe it's a reordering puzzle to... Yeah, there are some lines that are swapped. If you actually read the text of the poem, that's the trick. That's the trick. Because if you look at the second and third stanza, one line in each case should be swapped in some way. And it would have to be in a way that makes sense. I mean, because it could be swapped that away, right? So it needs to be in a way that still gives you pairings that work. Because it makes more sense to say that dim and wasteful all look to him, and he observes us all those pure and bright. I think. So we need to do a swap in either direction. So the first two, so we just swapped the middle two numbers, I think. And see if that works. There's not, there are basically two ways to swap them, and oops. That's not it. So let's try the other way. I feel like there is a certain unscrambling that has to happen here. That it is deliberately kind of obfuscated or reordered in some way. Or maybe not. I'm... thinking, yeah, there's... Or maybe you just swap the stanzas completely. And then that gives you some different numbers. There's some kind of reordering that has to happen, I think. That's the actual puzzle. But there are a couple of different ways you can make it make sense. Maybe I should be looking more closely at the Italian text, not just the translation. No, the line swap doesn't make sense because then it breaks the rhyme. So, but if you I don't know. I don't think maybe we have enough context to say that. Yeah, no, the stanzas do have to keep together in the current form because I don't know. I feel like we do need to manipulate this somehow. Let me think about this for a moment. What if we had a swap of the first two? Let's see this. Oops. No. It will open immediately upon finding the solution. And it still looks very much like it's just a case of insufficient information, but maybe the fact that there were the binoculars outside is a clue that you need to, because we reacted to this upon finding it. Maybe it is an ordering puzzle that requires you to do something here. And of course, the cat's just yelling at us all this time. As though it has something to say about this. Is it the top line? No, it's not. That's a silly, desperate thing to do. Did I just misread a letter or something? I truly cannot see what I'm doing wrong. So the main reason I think that might be in case of insufficient information is the fact that I have 2 out of 6 here. The fact that we have one notes page still available in the library or area, though, makes me think that I should check that first. Then maybe it's relevant to this clue, although that's a very far-fetched idea. But it's the only idea I have for what to try. Okay, back across the entire courtyard then, which is easy because of the zipline. This doesn't look suspicious at all.
Perfetto. No, più a sinistra.
Let's find that remaining note wherever it was. We'll have to get some of the camera markers out of the way first. Let's see.
Let's hope that kid stays out of
Oh
trouble.
yeah, we haven't had to rescue them in Siam just yet. I'm sure that will come. This is completely irrelevant to the other puzzle. Okay,
Rascola, huh? Never tried it.
never mind it.
If only my students worked as hard as this.
In Sud America.
Oh, here's another position to look at.
Sono già abbastanza.
Well, then I'm not sure what else to do about that clue. Also, we have a photo location here close by. I guess maybe the last thing we want to prioritize in this zone, though, if we can't get that final mystery, would be the remaining artifacts over here. That's quite a ways off, though. And I wonder if they might even be behind. Well, we could take a look. If I can remember how to get out. Yeah, back up to the west side. Well, we'll see how to get there. I don't quite recall. It might even have been in the whole knowledge sequence. It did previously come through here. Yeah, because then if you come down below, then now we're almost in the right place. Oh yeah, this whole area that I spent incredibly long fumbling through. No wonder we weren't exhaustive about the optional content. The main puzzle took me long enough already. Somehow on the other side, but maybe something here required. Slightly better underwater breathing. We're not quite in range of that map yet, though, so let's head back up for a moment. Okay, we need to not get chopped. That's kind of important too. Oops. Now, it's telling me there's an artifact down there. We should check it. Yeah, there it is. Taking too much fall damage, of course.
Another ancient artifact. Definitely not Roman.
And then there will be another one somewhere in this area, unless, of course, it's in a building. No, it looks like we're at roughly the correct elevation, so. Pretty close by, in fact, if we can get up to it. That'll be through another passage to the left, though, so we actually came a little too far on the map. Over to here. Out the left side. No, we need to do something. Here, that kind of looks breakable on the far side, but we need to get into this room first. Is there a chain to pull? A switch to depress?
What's this?
Okay.
Worked. It's writing it down.
Don't actually know which door this affected, but go back here for a moment. Oh, this. Yeah, okay, that's easy.
How long have you been here?
Okay, artifacts are done at least. Yeah, it's too bad about that one remaining mystery because I truly don't really know what to do with it. Doesn't look like there are any other points of interest to scan for it, apart from the fact that you got all those additional notes, but maybe all of those notes are actually inside the safe. So I wonder if I'm just misunderstanding how to use the square, that we were bunching up 2 consecutive letters at a time. But maybe that's not correct. Don't know how else to interpret it, though. Because I'm reading this correctly, right? IRIATASA. In order. I don't see how else to interpret it. Because that's what's giving me 5879, which doesn't work. Interesting that the O is never used. I really do wonder. Yeah, it makes so much sense to do it the way that I've been doing it. And I just don't see what's wrong with the solution. Unless I'm just misreading something. I don't see how else to map one to the other without overcomplicating it for no reason. And formerly, I thought that I was just missing one additional note that would give me context, but it doesn't seem so. Just staring at us a little longer to see if we can come up with something that would work. Because I was scanning that room that this came from earlier to see if this would maybe map to something in the room that would give us some additional insight. But it makes so much sense that you would have 4 pairs of letters that give you 4 grid positions that give you 4 numbers for the code. I mean, how is that not parsimonious? Unless there's some additional reordering that I need to do. Which makes no sense. I have no reason to make that assumption. I'm trying to see if it's possible to maybe do this in columns. I don't know. That makes no sense. So maybe we're just misunderstanding how to apply the key, but really, how else would you? I may have to think on that. In the meantime, I think we'll probably try to continue the Servant's Chest quest and at least try to finish that today. Which does mean that we'll probably have to port back over to Egypt next. Oop. Yes, Shanghai is the second key. I mean, we could do that instead of... and just follow the order in the note. Even if it's jumping around time a little bit. But let's take a look at how I'm doing for travel. So, Doing a little better here. We get a good chunk of it. Here we got all field work on all mysteries. So this is another case where we'd probably want to clean up some of the skill books, perhaps. All right, let's actually just go through it in order, then just go Egypt next. So yeah, there will be some things to come back to the Vatican for, including all of the DLC story. But let's just warp out and have a bit of a change of scenery. Now, the good thing is that we know where the medical tent is to get some bandages when eventually necessary. Also, if we can afford... Well, we've already got all mysteries, so we don't need that. But if we can afford... No, what's the third one here? Artifacts. What's the thing I actually wanted to track? So yeah, Servant's Chest is actually pretty close by. Well, okay, no, it's all the way over on that side. That's fine. Oh, right, and we need to find this. Where we have the relevant clues, but I can't really keep track of which ones we had or hadn't obtained. It's here in some of these notes. Yeah, we got 9 and 10. Ah, no, this was locked behind. Yeah, no, the last one is locked behind the gate that we don't have a key for. That's why we're missing it. I do remember that. Let's go for the Servant Quest and for books, since we actually do have the map for this. What am I doing for currency? 780, we might as well buy something. Don't need mysteries, we'll just go for notes. And we have just enough.
I'll take this.
Or actually, we should have gone for artifacts. Well, that's okay. We'll just have to loot enough money to get back into this. No, we totally should have gone for artifacts. I just didn't manage to click on it. And still can't quite click on it. Oh, that doesn't cost too much. We'll get back up to that. And just look around for the skill books in the meantime. Hat shop. Oh, I like that.
Look at this a read.
Bandage improvement. And we'll see what else we can pick up here. There was one that was hidden behind the local boxing ring, so that will not be obtainable, but we can look for some others. especially once we have enough currency to buy that map. Oh yeah, the book down there in the other location is actually just the one remaining upgrade that you can buy from the medical tent once you've got all the rest of the medicine. So we know we won't be able to loot that one, but at least we can go back there and bandage up a bit before we proceed to one side quest objective I'm looking at. Yeah, too bad we never figured out so many of the keys. Because it really does seem like they could be anywhere. Well, at the very least, we'll pick up some bandages at the door. That's very effective, actually. It's double healing. So much better. I was just lying there the whole time. If we can raise the bandage capacity, then we're truly in business. Anyway. We actually do have this relics map. Oh, yeah, we're missing the artifacts map, but we do have the relics map. And I remember trying to comb for some of those already and failing to get them. So let's just go for Serpent's Chest first. I don't remember why there are X's on the map or what they mean. But we'll occasionally look at those locations as well. For example, this X marked this spot because I'd already dealt with this or because I hadn't. Actually, it's because... Yeah, okay, no, X actually does mark treasure locations for stashes. So we should go for that because then we can buy the artifacts map if necessary. But we'll prioritize the objective that we're going for. All the way down, that's okay. We've made a mess of this base before. Whoa. This isn't restricted from the worker costume, so as long as we evade the captains, we're okay. to see how we'll enter there. Oh, it's in that southern complex, yeah. Or rather, no, that's map 2. No, we go down the lift in the center. And we'll just clear away there first.
Ist da jemand?
Give it a rest!
Mann am Boden!
Okay. Well, don't fire me while I'm here. Oh, we should have gotten back into Indy's costume so we could have our firearms available, but that's okay.
Kamerad verwundet!
We'll go repair a kit for the rest of that. Oh. Oh, I was trying to whip this, was a little too slow. Okay, now as for what we wanted, it's on the other side here. That's okay. Double bandages. Such a substantial improvement.
Hey, du!
And we do remember that somewhere on this map there was a location where I needed greater underwater breathing. That's almost certainly what's going to come into play here as we try to navigate to the correct location. Which will apparently not be down here.
Hey, ich seh dich, du Ratte! Hey, Volltreffer!
Auf ihn!
I think maybe we still wrap around this side.
Weißt du überhaupt, wie man kämpft? Ja!
Ich hab dich, du Wurm!
Was zur Hölle war das?
Ich penne hier gleich ein! Gib mir Teile!
Mist, er hat ihn! Da bist du ja, Drecksack! Auf ihn!
Couple of dead ends all over the place here. Let's see how we're going to wrap around to the other side of the dig.
Haha! Da bist du ja! Weich doch aus! Ah, no.
Like the way we came, just for a moment.
Was machst du da? Ich mach dich alle! Er darf nicht entkommen! Hab dich! Kämpfst wie ein Kleinkind! Hab dich, du kleine Ratte! Du hast keine Chance!
Get out.
Move it along!
Du Scheiß, du kleine Ratte! Reicht's dir?
What? I was not paying attention. That was more damage than I expected coming in. How far back are we? Really far back. Okay. That's right. It is down there, though. We just didn't find how to get to it. We just pulled too much along the way. I didn't actually achieve anything, though, so no real progress lost. We just need to maybe take a quieter route down to the lift. You know, we don't even need to take it down. We can just drop down this way too. Minimize disruptions. And they're gonna try to tail me in here anyway. Oh,
Ich kann dich im Schlaf.
and indeed, this was the segment where you need to swim. As expected. Let's see if we can spot where the entry point is going to be. I don't see it yet. Also, I need to get out of here before we drown. I can't see what it is. Where we go? Here we are, perhaps. It's a bit of a maze. Not really seeing it. It's got to be somewhere here, though. Some passage that requires me to take a dive. We'll look around the whole room and see if there's a tunnel to swim through. That looks promising over here. I see a bit of an entrance. Yep, that could be nearly far enough. Not really. Takes me over here, okay. But this is it. This is what we need. Surface for a moment. Make it through. There's the key. Okay, next one's gonna be in Shanghai. I may even just go now. I am looking over our progress in Egypt. I guess we'll maybe pop another cash stash, go for some more X's on the map, but aside from that, we'll probably not spend too long here. Since with all the other things that I've not obtained yet, I know precisely why we missed them. We had searched for them already when we were going through the zone the first time.
Ich hab's gehört.
Yeah, so the X's on the map are the secret stashes. I guess it was the reward for the radio traffic. And putting on all the frequencies. I think so, anyway. Oh. Oh. Someone's trying to fight. Okay.
Serving all comers.
I was busy reading a map. Alright, let's get back upstairs then.
Was ist das?
Long way to short way, short way.
Oh, jetzt bist du fertig.
Fast ihn!
I guess we would have pulled him anyway by going up the lift, but
Keine Chance!
felt less vulnerable to be directly on a move like this. On the other hand,
Also voran.
we are being chased quite a bit now. Oh. Flip came out a little bit late. How is it that he's a dog person? Anyway, we'll pop some treasures. These are readily available. I don't know if there's something else we want to track that we hadn't already looked at, because we had scraped for all of these things. Essentially. I guess we have the notes map now, which would be the only additional benefit here. It's going to be back in the encampment. That's okay. We can go over that. Over in the hut. And it's just
Well, not my thing, but I'm sure my
more
students love it.
collectibles. Now over there's the photo op. Guess we're close enough. We could just go for it. Trying to find a better way to scale this, but maybe. Oh yeah, I remember coming here. And wait, it seems like we're within range for a moment.
There's nothing out here.
Yeah, we actually needed to climb from below, which we know how to do and which we've done a few times. I just didn't see the photo op there last time. Totally missed. Anyway, we're not really going to do a full 100% sweep. I think I'd like to go to the Shanghai clue next and try to at least have enough time to actually cash in the whole quest in Sukhothai when we have a chance to make it back. The photo op was actually on this side. Here, really? Shot at the dunes. Let's. Yeah, we could have gone there from down below, I think. Or not? Hang on. It's difficult to find the valid location for this. Really? There we go.
Western desert. Rock and sand as far as the eye can see.
Okay, I guess we'll proceed further this way and continue to sweep for a few more treasures and notes on that end, and then we'll probably get out of here fairly soon. I keep saying that this is probably the richest and most detailed Rumble implementation that we've seen on a Switch 2. I was just reminded of that just going down the zipline. But yeah, the controller feedback in this game is tremendous. You can really get the texture of every landing and every grab. So we're looking for another secret stash in the area. Another tiny little cash box. Probably here. Yeah, there we go.
That's it.
It's just cash, it doesn't matter too much, but let's keep going. Whoop. And we know that having solved everything marked as a mystery, the remaining notes probably aren't too pertinent to any material reward, but that's okay. Collectibles are their own reward. Ah, that was a total miss. Whoops. It looks like it's somewhere below us. Down in the first tent. I need to work a disguise stays on just in case, so we don't pull everything immediately.
شكله كويس.
And yeah, you got
Probably written by one of the scholars from Institut de Gite.
the way to go about locating everything
They think the Idol of Ra is down there?
in their excavation. Okay, one more treasure going that way. We'll try to go for that. Without blowing up the entire excavation, at least not yet. We spent quite a lot of time fighting here last time. Or rather, a few days ago. So we're looking for a secret stash that's probably somewhere around this location, but could be on the water tower itself if we find that to be more accurate. Could also be outside the fence if we're... Oh yeah, no, it's up here. I see it.
Still got it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just do a little circuit of the map. The photo op over there is way out of the way of where I can go by myself at the moment, so let's grab everything else we can. Photo location is going to be within the boundary here. That might be... I think that takes a bit more work to get to. But we shall see. Oh. Yeah, I can't just climb this. Fortunately, but... Can we sneak? No, we can't. Well, we don't need a photo that badly. There's a notes page inside the camp, though. Anyway, I don't need to be extremely thorough about this. This zone will need a bit of additional backtracking at some point anyway. But we might as well pick off some of the low-hanging fruit. As we go. And we'll just port over to the Shanghai segment in good time. Nope. Can we focus on train? There we go.
They're up to something.
Yeah, there was a whole interaction somewhere in one of these huts with a discarded key that we used to free somebody. That's something that we haven't dealt with yet either. Essentially anything that involves
Goat farming.
keys that we need to find in the
Practiced since
field
the Neolithic age.
has still remained a bit of a mystery.
Beautiful place to live.
Notes pages are pretty abundant everywhere here. Over in town. We'll just grab everything easy. There's the camel. It is.
Beautiful animals. And useful.
Yeah, I guess we'll take the tower. Bigger drop than I realized there.
Life in the shadow of ancient history.
Well, we might as well go back to the area with medical tents. One more treasure, in fact.
Was ist so nervig hier?
There's plenty more where that came from.
Here it is.
That's how it's done.
And we might as well sweep for some of the notes. More recipes.
I haven't had feta in years.
It's quite a ways off. Let's
نهارك سعيد.
see about the medical tent first.
How are you doing?
And yeah, we'll probably just finish the last note pages on this end and proceed to the next location from here. I'm not going to be a complete sweep, but we didn't intend it to be. A little ways off where I was intending to go, and now we might be a little far down again. Maybe an interior here, actually, but we'll scan that location and take a closer look. Come on. Okay.
Okay.
The Legendary Omega book.
You can't change your fate. Just ask Sokai.
I don't recall if we've been up there. Across, that's fine, we can do this. Oh, that's interesting that when you come here you can trigger the introduction card again for where we came in initially. Yeah, I guess we were supposed to notice all this the first time we came here. At the very beginning of this section. It tells you a lot of what you need to know right away. Town back there, blue tent over here, pyramids over there. I guess maybe the Sphinx is... Oh yeah, the Sphinx is right there in view. So, really kind of a beautiful establishing shot of everywhere that you're going to interact with in the zone. But anyway, there's, of course, lots left to collect. Some of it simpler than others, but for the moment, I think we're going to try to continue the Serpent's Chest. At some point, we're really going to have to resolve the issue of the Vermont key and costume, though, because so much is locked behind those two. So at this point, we know from the clue that Shanghai will be next, but since we're going through in order anyway, I just want to check quickly if we had a marker for the remaining notes page that I did not pick up in Himalaya, since we're just missing one. That section was so cutscene and spectacle oriented, I actually kind of wonder how retracing it will go. I just want to see if we can fill in that last adventure page. And yeah, you actually restart all the way up here in the ship. And I don't think we have the indicator for it. Although, no, that's just part of the code puzzle. So perhaps we get a map at some point that gives us the map for this zone and the final note location, but I'm not going to come through here for that if we aren't given that right away, the way that we were in the Marshall College section. If it's anything like Marshall College, in one of the later zones, you're able to discover a map that will give you the remaining node locations here, I would think. If that makes any sense at all. I have a map of this ship. Somewhere completely different. So let's go to Shanghai. And see if we can find that one thing we're looking for. So in Shanghai, you get ported above the building. And we'll track the Serpent's Chest once we actually have anything I can do with it. However, there's no map here because everything's scorched. You can see that it's going to be down there. Yeah, there's no map whatsoever. So we just need to platform across in the ruins. That did not go. Is that even traversable for me? I guess we'll find out. Maybe take the upper path instead. No, that's not gonna go either. It doesn't give you enough distance. We actually do have to take the lower path, I think. Unless there was a way down from here. Oh no, that scorches you because everything's on fire, so... No, we just need to follow the path that is laid out. And hopefully get enough of a run this time. to gradually retrace our way back. I don't know how we'll get there. I guess we'll have to go further down. While keeping an eye out for the 3 notes that we've also missed. I need a way to head back downstairs, but then everything's on fire, so that may not be practical. So maybe I did need to find a way forward here after all, but then I know we weren't really able to drop down below or continue the other way, so I kind of wonder how this is going to go. Because that does not seem easily traversable with everything that we can see of this place. I guess we'll just work backwards. Okay, that may be it. Need the platform all the way back. Since no real alternative exists. And everything's gonna scorch here, but then how do I continue? Can't be it. Safe to drop? Doesn't look safe to drop. However, there is a photo location. Now that we have a moment to actually pause while we're not directly under siege.
War photography was not part of the plan.
No, it was not. Whoa, no, it just slipped. Okay, at least the photograph gave me an autosave point. That's important. I don't know how we cross here. Rooftops across, perhaps. Okay, that works. And maybe we can swim. Yeah, it's gotta be swimming. As with the other clues. Okay, so you actually are capable of a little exploration here. Yeah, well, let's take a breath. Raise this if we can. Oh, and not miss. Okay, big chunk of this map we haven't seen then. However, we'll need a way to get back out. Let's do it. No, the key's right here. So we weren't able to find the remaining notes. They must just be photo locations, I would guess. But it's not particularly obvious, then we'll just skip out on that and get back to Or we can plug in the keys and see what kind of treasure awaits. Here's one.
Total destruction. Everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're just down to one note remaining. Maybe it's something we can cover along the way, but if not, we won't worry about it too much for now. Yeah, if we don't see a good location for it, I think then 100% in this area may also have to wait. We'll take a quick look in case there's an important vantage point that we missed. Don't know what else counts as a photographable point of interest though. You'd think some of this would qualify, but apparently not. Well, anyway, if that's the case, let's just continue. Back to the zone where we started our day, and we'll try to plug in that key. And yeah, so instead of saying revisit, it says continue story. Oops. No, it doesn't mean we'll need to fight our way back to the chest. Which may not be trivial. Because it did take a good bit of work last time. However, if we get the signpost and see if we can port over. What is the nearest port point? Okay, so we are reasonably close by. I can in fact just cross the bridges from here. Unless we want to dock even closer, which is possible. we're going for the gap. Should have stocked up on bread as well, actually. That's okay. We can just go over the chest directly. Now, this base took us quite some time to take apart yesterday, so we shouldn't be too reckless, even though we don't need to clear the whole thing. We just need one end of it. No, couldn't reach.
I piedi mi fanno malissimo. Molto strano. Oh, credevo di aver visto qualcosa. C'è qualcosa di strano. Meglio continuare.
Yeah, we'll take out the one on the tower first. It simplifies things considerably if you do.
Ti spedisco all'inferno! Quanto resisterai?
Not doing just very well here.
Sì, avanti!
Okay, that works. Except his rifle went down with him, which is too bad. This one's still available. Let's hop down. Well, the serpent's chest. How come the indicator says here when... Oh, ancient Shanghai key. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, we got all three here. But so we'll need to watch out for anybody coming in. Hang on. We're following the order in the original note. Hopefully. Is that it? That's it.
I'll just add this to the collection.
Okay, I mean, we might be undervaluing what the ancient relics are about. We did sit at one location where they're able to be plugged into a puzzle near the finale sequence in Egypt, and that might be worth returning to. It might be something that's significant that's locked behind 100% in artifacts. We don't really know. If that's the case, then the next thing we should do is finish the remaining mysteries. Over here, that's fairly close by. We should take a look at that one now. And then the Path of Tigers much later, where we already know about the corresponding chest. I think we shall probably get back to the boat and then sail away over to the last one. Okay, I guess we have to go around the camp. This is actually rather obstructed, though. Maybe we can go around the other
Easy
way.
now.
So I don't have to cross the entire base. Yeah, we'll just have the right side and hopefully the land connects to waypoint 1. If it doesn't, then we'll adjust. Because I don't know if it's only accessible from the campsite, but that's okay. We've got a fairly natural location to cross over if necessary. And let's just see what's back here. Yeah, it looks pretty accessible too.
Be careful, Jones.
That's from where we are. We'll approach from this side. And see what awaits. Goes by land first, and if it doesn't work out, we'll go by water. Yeah, this looks promising if we can get to it, but I'm a bit trapped in the foliage right now, so I think we have to approach the base side indeed just to get around that stone wall. And that's okay, that's doable. As long as we're careful about it. There we go. Okay, so we can enter. Oh, hang on. Once we fight these ones. Tools? Tools.
Che c'è? Ah, mi sa che non era niente. Cos'è che fa quel rumore? Meglio andare a vedere. Ma
Nope. So I have to approach from this side. Okay.
ti ho visto. Oh!
Works for me. Anyway, let's loot the place. And photograph it. Elephant statue.
They used elephants for a lot of things, even war.
Might as well just munch the bread as we go. Oh, didn't mean to go bandages here. Let's go for bread. And see what else is around. We'll go inside, of course. In a moment.
It's an empty niche at the base of the shrine.
Okay, new mystery. The elephant in the room. Okay. Let's figure it out. This is burnable.
You don't belong here.
How do I place it? Oh, there's another one here too.
Another elephant.
Yeah, okay, one over here. There will be locations for a few more. Oh, one over there. I'm sure there's a sledgehammer here because at some point I do in fact need to break a wall. Just is how this game works. One here, yeah, we'll look for one more elephant. It is somewhat likely it's behind a wall break. Check the one back there. Where did that tool go? There we go. That's not even gonna make contact. Okay. Seemed a bit glitchy. So we're missing one additional elephant. Now, I will say, given my experience with this game so far, this is my least favorite thing that the game does with its puzzles. That sometimes it hinges on something purely observational, where you just need to find the obscure thing in a busy visual field. And there is nothing else you can do but look for the spot that you missed. There's a particular game that reminds me of, and it is Metroid Other M. So yeah, we know where the last statuette is going to go. It's going to go here. Actually, no. If this was one of the origin locations, then it should just go here. Right? Or was it? I thought there was a location there. Okay, so maybe not. Okay, so we've got two elephants. Let's go back out to this elephant. See if there's anything else to inspect out here. Totally lose track of where I left the hammer, of course, in the case that I do need to break something. But yeah, none of these walls are it. Once installed, the elephant stays. But yeah, it totally looks like there's a base here. I don't know why I couldn't put it there previously. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I get it. Because when you place it here, it raises that opening. Okay, that makes sense now. Okay, I see. That makes sense. That when you place the elephants on those platforms, they open different doors. And yeah, we found a rebel base. The foreigners are probably too stupid to solve the puzzle in order to open a secret door. And we'll just happen to have a cache available here. Relics map, that's good. Can we light some incense? Are we allowed to? What would we do here? Ah, okay. This looks like another elephant offering location, so we'll take that if we can. This has been shut now, though, so with only 2 elephants, we need a way to get in this door, but we also need a way to place one over here. It implies to me that we do need a 3rd elephant somewhere, I think. Or we just make sure we eject one of them. Let's... However, that one there needs to remain in place in order to place one here to open this door. So, yeah, that can't be right. Because something needs to be placed here. And something needs to be placed there. So ideally we can find an additional elephant. I mean, it looks like some of those locations up there are traversable. Trying to see if we have a good climbing location. Doesn't look like that will work. However, that's the location. If we find an additional elephant, then we are set.
There is the 3rd elephant.
Okay, that's easy enough. And we'll get some bandages here too. Let's light this up too. Hmm. What did that do then? That opened something, but I'm not sure what.
Three elephants, three niches.
Okay, so now we need to be able to place these accordingly. Because this one opens center. So we need to transport them in such a way that all of them become installed. Naturally, I think we can do a little bit of swapping here. Leave the left side one enclosed. And that should just solve it straight up.
Even in death, still doing this right.
Anyway, that's finished. Okay, that was reasonably satisfying. Didn't take too long to find the elephants, which was important. We surmised pretty early on that we would need 3. You got plenty of armaments here that would actually have been excellent in advance to assault a neighboring base. Since we're only getting them now, I guess we'll leave that as is. So next thing is the Southwestern Mystery. If we can solve this, then we'll have all the mysteries except for the cryptogram that we couldn't quite figure out from the Italian poem back in the Vatican. That's still one remaining holdout. So let's try to get back down there. We can probably sail or warp or do something. At this point, if there's anything else I haven't already bought in terms of map books, I think. Oh yeah, no, I already bought everything up there. So we should just do what we can. So totally forgot about the cogwheel puzzles. We can do them along the way. It's mostly just yields the ancient artifacts. We finished 2 of those last time. It's just a matter of getting back to relocating the other ones that we found on the map to solve those 2. Bit of a slow wait over here. That's okay. Just figuring out where we parked the boat. Okay, at this point. Go for that other photo location that we see nearby. I think that may have indicated something about the cogwheel locations, but I wasn't quite sure. We found all but one of the cogwheel rooms last stream, but the thing is, once you find them, they're no longer marked. Although I guess if we map them by the ancient artifacts which they'll contain, then that resolves it too. But anyway, so for some reason we didn't take the photo here of the guidepost. Oh, maybe because we just didn't do this one at all.
Different angle.
Here we go. Well, let's see what's available. It's just an ancient artifact. But anyway, the idea is that we need to figure out how many small cogwheels we can take from this place that are not just completely affixed. Because we've got 7 in the bag, but a lot of these seem to be committed to their current locations. Yeah, the problem is that if it's this placement, then you can't reach any other ones along the diagonal to mesh it. Actually, working back, it has to be... Oh, can I go to this location to the left by 1? No. String 4 together there. Three there. 4 there. You know what? Let's try it. I think it indicated to me that we need far more wheels in this, but okay, let's try this setup. Something's just straight up stuck, huh? That's unusual. Requires 10. Maybe this is a bit stricter than I thought it would be. Yeah, it couldn't have been that simple, I guess. Because a couple of them are solidified in place. I see that's the issue. And so everything is currently jammed. Now let's just take away all of mine for a moment. Does it still jam when nothing is installed? It does not, so we need to see what the issue is here. So everything up to this point was fine, so... Oops. Interface for these a little fuzzy. So what about now? Is it still jammed? It is. We took this out. Now is it jammed? Yes. So this works, but then you have problems after that with patch in the middle sticking. Well, you can always go for this route. The issue with that, of course, is that there isn't really a natural way to continue with the jamming that's happening. Oops. No way to wind up reaching down here. So this is probably gonna jam. I'm just gonna check it. Yeah. This is a massive obstruction. Anyway, we don't even have 10 pieces, so this isn't going to work regardless. It does need to cross over through the top. That's what I'm seeing here. And you need to avoid everything that's jammed. We won't be able to do this one regardless because insufficient pieces. We still need to collect from more locations. Let me make sure I've got all 7 in my bag. Yeah. And none of the other ones are removable. Okay, we'll have to come back for this one then. Okay, at this point, let's go for the Tiger Trail. So I guess we just go straight down river for this one. Maybe there's some other things we wanted to see along the way, but we'll take a quick look here. Yeah, map available there somehow. Maybe we can take a look at that. See what that one's all about.
You doing okay?
I'm just not used to this.
Don't worry. I know how to drive this thing.
Sitting in this boat feels better now.
Good. I got a feeling we'll spend some time in it.
Really? Madre de Dio. What were you steering?
Yeah, okay, that'll give us the last photo location in Shanghai. Anyway, let's get back to the Path of Tigers. And figure out where we're staring. Okay, so I need to look for this backdrop. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard actually. Indeed, we'll have a docking area.
You've been fighting, haven't you?
Aren't I a popular fella?
Okay, well, let's track. Photo location available a little bit further. And of course, yeah, this is the backdrop we'll be looking for at some point. Do the photo location first. Although that will require me to clear out a little bit of the base. Eventually quite a few melee attackers here. Oh, and some guards.
Cosa? Ehi,
Oh, you know what?
Prova!
Let's just
Forza!
go loud.
Fatelo fuori!
Oh, maybe a bad idea. Let's get out first. before we completely shot down. Okay, wasn't expecting to go quite that loud, but well.
Peccato! Io ho peccato! Che cosa fai? Sto ricaricando!
Poi niente contro di me! Mettilo giù, accidenti! Ora ricarico!
Metti giù quell'arma!
Ehi, guarda dove spari! Allora? Hai
Fermo!
paura?
Adesso vedi!
I will need to heal up in just a moment. Let's do that first before they approach too closely. Didn't really mean to spend a whole revolver there, but we've got some two-handers that many of them dropped, so we'll see if something's
Prendi
doable here.
questo!
Oh, no, hang on.
Trovato!
Ti faccio piangere!
Devo ricaricare!
Basta spararmi contro!
Ah!
Alleato a terra!
Okay, can I get somebody's firearm? We know there's one more melee attacker at least who's still crawling around over here. It's fine. Actually getting it blocked down for once. Okay, too bad about using nearly all of my ammo there. But it did get through the fight, so. Yeah, because ideally we could have looted some of these much earlier. Just got caught in a bad spot. Rather unwisely. Well, let's see if we can find the ideal vantage for a photo here. Ended message. Oh, here it is.
That's good to know.
And I guess we just follow the trail. Open a lockbox. But yeah, no, we found a location in the photo, so we go back to where the lockbox originally was. However, there are still more treasures marked nearby, like this one.
That's how it's done.
And we'll see what else there is to loot. Lost artifact fairly close by. Artifact fairly close by. Might as well clean up the area while we have it. Although I can't quite tell how to get to that one. Down below, way down below. Well, let's see what the lost artifact as well, if it's Also down below. Yeah, we'll have to dig down at some point. Fairly soon. We can cross over to the other treasure location first, perhaps, and get a lay of the land. There will be a sign over here, which is important. We just have to loop back there, I think. So yeah, we're just looking for the cache treasure here. We can buy up any remaining guidebooks when we get to them. I can't really see it. It's a little too dense here. Usually it's in a reasonably visible little nook. Those little treasure cases. In this particular case, I can't see one. Artistically, they usually wind up in locations that make sense as a treasure box, but in this particular case, maybe not so. Yeah, all we have is the X to go on. We don't have more positioning besides that. It might be inside here, actually. It makes sense for it to be. If I can find a way to get inside the structure on top. Or actually, no, just inside this wall here. Might make a certain amount of sense. Yeah, we must be right on top of it, right there.
Still got it.
At this point, a couple of different lost artifacts are hanging about. Okay, it'll be something in here. We'll need to climb up and dive down. If I have a good way to do it. Oh yeah, I'd need to burn that. If we have a way to burn that open so I can climb it, that would be great. Right now, though. I mean, ideally, I light something like a torch and then chuck it. If we could find one. There's an encampment here. Surely we could find something that would suffice. But yeah, I need something I can light and throw. Unfortunately, it's not so dynamic a game that you can just break off a tree branch, light it on fire, and then chuck it up there. That would be like a Breath of the Wild solution to the problem. We have that much flexibility. Here, not so much. We'll have to make do with something else. Yeah, it totally looks like I need to burn that so I have an attachment point. If I can find even just one torch, then we'd be in good shape. If I can't, we might have to look for some neighboring encampment, perhaps. And a boat. Anything I can use? Fishing rod. Revolver bullets. We'll absolutely take those. But I need something that can let me throw some fire. That's pretty much the only solution I can see here. And I just don't see the adequate supplies for that. If it's just a bundle of torches or something, that would be best. But I don't think we're getting one. Which is too bad, because I mean, how else would you do it? Okay, I don't think we can catch that one. A lot of artifacts all clustered around here, actually. I think it'll make sense to maybe keep crossing over until we eventually make our way back to the hut. If I can find some way to get a fire source over here, that would be great, but we can never quite get objects there from other islands, so we'd have to find some place contiguous by land that would give me a torch. It is contiguous with quite a lot of land, actually, with the enemy base and everything. So, you know, maybe it is doable. It's potentially a little tricky. It's not a location. Another ruin and one that maybe we can swim towards from underneath. We wanted to take a look. Not that I can see. Not seeing it. So the various lost artifact quests here, I think, will take some further consideration. We figure out just how to get up there. Or inside, as the case may be. I need to have the boat handy. Yeah, at this point, let's just find a good way to grab the boat again and continue. Find a station where we summon it. There is a fast travel sign here, actually. It makes sense at this point. So, yeah, the artifacts have been a bit of a bust, the 4 remaining ones in the southern locations. Here, we're just having a few traversal difficulties to get to their presumptive locations. But if we finish up the hut over there, then we'll see what we can do.
Don't wreck the boat.
Trying our best not to. Oh, hang on. Open the lockbox. 2480 has been painted on the base of the statue. Yeah, that would have been important to know earlier. But we have it now.
Still got it.
And yeah, Paladin and I have already met, so we're already in compliance with this. Jumbo grip. Again, we've been underusing the grip, but maybe we should start building into it properly. Does make a certain amount of sense. Just so we don't have to at least separate the different interactions too much. I think we can afford pretty much the rest of what I have so far right now, and at this point I may as well just take it all after putting them off for a while. And we still have 1,200 points remaining, so that'll work. We've been stashing those points for so long. Okay, so probably what's going to happen, although we still have other things like the cogwheel puzzles to do too, and there are tons of ancient relics that we've only begun to scrape, and lots of southern locations that we haven't really explored yet with all of the lost artifacts. There's a lot to do on this map optionally. But we'll be setting up relatively soon, I think, to go for the main quest again. Especially now that we have finished all mysteries in the zone. So we finished all mysteries in the game, actually, apart from that one code we couldn't crack in the Vatican, where it just seemed like I had insufficient information to do it, unless I was seriously misreading something. There will be one more cogwheel location that's up there as well. The other cogwheel locations that we can retrace where they were. I should, apart from the new one that we encountered today that seemed to require a full 10, I should be able to wrap those up as we see them to pick up more artifacts. So we may or may not sweep for artifacts depending on how critical it is to do so. Because, again, the one and only time we've seen them apply anywhere was to that one particular puzzle at the end of the Egypt sequence that we didn't actually finish. And yeah, so COS, you're coming in pretty much right at the end. And I do stream at extremely difficult times for people, and that's understandable. But, you know, if you ever miss something and want to catch up on it, I do upload everything to YouTube after the fact. And yeah, sorry I'm a few minutes late to responding to the messages in chat. But we were just kind of wrapping up a few things here. So lots and lots to pick up along the way, but I think we will probably be refocusing on the main quest because it is pretty clear to me that we only have a few steps left to go with that, I think. We haven't completed the adventure in the Great Circle, but we're 81% through the fieldwork, 95% through the mysteries. Lots of discoveries that have not been done, of course. Because we're missing so many things, but we'll see what happens here. Particularly with the Riddles of the Ancients. There's so many artifacts to pick up around here that we haven't not even begun to approach yet. But the fieldwork is at 2 out of 4 right now. Those are the stepping stones along the main quest. And we may make a serious attempt to potentially even hit credits the very next stream, probably tomorrow. Although there's quite a lot left to do, so I don't know yet if the plan is to just go straight through the rest of this game and binge it some more, or maybe hit credits and take a bit of an absence from it to play other things, and then return to either a 100% sweep or, of course, to the Order of Giants DLC story. But we'll figure that out as we go. I think for the time being, what we'll do is we'll return to the village once more, if we can do so. And we'll probably take off from there next time.
Careful. Watch out!
I kind of missed a dock there, but that's okay. Cool. Get back here and maybe grab some bandages first. Let's see what we have over here. We'll grab everything we can so we don't forget. Oops. That's okay. Didn't mean to eat that, but sometimes the item selection has to catch up a little bit. We still don't know how to work the donation boxes in any zone. I have no idea what they do. Maybe it's after you've purchased everything purchasable with the local currency. But I'm actually not sure about that at all. Where do we even leave the boats? Right down here in the middle. Oop. I feel like there was a more proximate dock somewhere. Somewhere slightly better. That may have been incorrect. Yeah, because you can loop back around rear of the village this way. I don't think there's anything here that we haven't already seen or interacted with, though, so. Yeah, a lot of photo locations that are kind of smack in the middle of the map, but other than that, it seems like we've
สวัสดี
cleared a great deal of what we want.
สวัสดี
And if the map is correct, we
เป็นยังไงบ้าง
have exhausted the photo locations here as well, so
ขอ
don't need
โท
to
ษ
worry
ที
too much
นะ
about that.
ฉันกำลังกินอยู่น่ะ
มะพร้าวนี่สดมากเลยนะ
I'm just trying to find my way back at the moment. Trying to recall which way the signposts were for the warps in the zone as well. I think it's maybe down here. It wasn't that the dock, or was it that side? Let me see. I completely lost sight of that. It's not a very big village, and yet we managed to get lost. We're just looking for where the boat is regularly docked
มาดูภาพดีๆกันจ้า
to see if there was a signpost warp there, as I thought there was. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. And we might as well grab the boat and bring it over. Okay, with that, I think we're going to finish up for today. And again, we may make a big push in the main quest next time. But today was a pretty productive backtrack day, even though ultimately the rewards for all kinds of tasks seem to be just more of the ancient artifacts, the ancient relics rather, and their exact importance we've only had a small hint of so far, so I don't know that they feel especially consequential yet as rewards that were in proportion with the amount of work that we had to put in for the various tasks to unlock them, but maybe there's more to them than meets the eye. Kind of nice to return to so many zones at once today, though, and I think we'll be very glad to leave off here with what we have. So thank you again for joining me for however long or short you managed. And until we continue with even more of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, as we barrel towards the finish in some state of completion or other, have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything you may be playing or making or watching or otherwise looking forward to. And as always, fare thee well.